Oh, hi. Sorry, didn't realize I was live. Um, just give me some time to set up my stream. So what happened was earlier on, because OneDrive decided to, or rather my Windows decided to update itself and messed up my OneDrive folders. So I was spending some time fixing everything on my computer, which is why it took me some time to go live. And I was just messing around with the streaming software and forgot I was live. So yeah, there you go. I went live earlier than I wanted to. Just give me some time to get everything set up and then we can start the stream. So as usual, those who are, if you're tuning in, thank you for your support. You guys are fantastic. So one thing I wanted to address was I got a question. Let me find the comment. It was a very interesting question. Let me just see if I can dig it up. It's a question about using the plus operator. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna explain it on this stream, and then I'll clip out the video and then post it on the channel. Then you know, it's a much easier way to make videos than to create a very polished one and do a lot of editing and stuff. Let's see if we can find the comment. So what I wanted to cover before I start the stream is, so one of the comments that was posted over the course of the past week was about this function right here. So just to explain a little bit about how the character data class works, it's essentially a class that defines a scriptable object. What is a scriptable object? It is, let's head over to Unity. Scriptable objects are scripts that after you create them, you will be able to create new assets of that particular type. So right here you see character data here, and then we are able to create a character data scriptable object here. So what this does is this stores a list of fields, and inside this list of fields here we have stats, which stores of course the starting stats of a particular character. So what's happening here is the question was, what is this particular function supposed to do? So what we are doing here is we're defining this is a function, but it's a function that contains instructions on how to use the plus operator or the plus sign with this stats object. So what this plus sign does is that if you've done Unity coding for a while, let's look at another example of this. If we were to find, say, the vector2 object from Unity, right? Vector2 objects allow us to add, so that you can add two vector objects together, so it looks something like this. I can, for example, take the transform of a character and I can add, let's say, So transform is a vector 3, which is very similar to vector 2, except that you have 3 variables inside, right? So I can, for example, just use the plus sign to add multiple vector 3s or vector 2s together. Alright, so over here, because it's a vector 3, I have to do a vector 3. So the reason you can use the plus sign like that, or you can, for example, do something like this, is because in the vector 3 struct, a function is defined that explains or that defines how vectors should behave when the plus sign is used together. So if you want to see where this definition is, you can, if you're in Visual Studio, you can just right click on the class itself and go to definition here. And if you scroll through all the code inside here, you will find a definition for the plus sign somewhere inside here. You see that? So by defining functions like these, you are allowing either your class or your struct. Okay, probably I can make a video in the future to explain what the difference between a class and a struct is. It has to do with how they are passed, but if I go into this, I probably have to write a script for this so that I don't start mouthing off and then the video becomes very long. Okay, but whether you're using a struct or a class, regardless of what you're using, if you define functions like these inside, this will allow you to use the vectors or whatever class or struct you have with these operators. Okay, so here you have plus, minus, you have multiplication, and then you have division. Let me just turn down the music for a little bit, it's very noisy. And then over here you can see that you are able to use the equality comparison and the non-equality comparison between two vectors as well. So from here you can see that the multiplication operator allows you to, for example, multiply a float by a vector or a vector by a float, but then division can only go from a vector to a float. And notice also that you cannot multiply two vectors together. So if you're missing, for example, because it's missing a vector times vector operator, you will find that you are able to add vectors together because there is a, where is my script? There we go. You're able to add two vectors together, you're able to subtract vectors from one another, but you are not able to multiply two vectors together. You cannot multiply vectors together, you get an error. You cannot divide vectors. Again, an error, because if you look at the definition for vectors, there is no vector to vector multiplication or vector to vector division. So what we are doing with our struct is within the character data class. So inside here, so whenever we're using this particular struct here, what we are saying is that we can use the plus sign to add two stats together. And so when you define the plus sign, the operator like that, you have to also define how the plus sign behaves. So for example, in the vector, it's not really defined. This is defined in whatever language Unity was coded in. I think it's C++. Yeah, either it's defined somewhere else, or we can't, or it's inside here but we can't see. It's probably defined somewhere else in Unity's core code. But when we use the operators ourselves, we are able to define how the plus sign behaves. So over here, you have stats s1 and stats s2, and then what it does is that it just adds the properties of s1 to s2 together, and then it returns s1 as the result. So it's kind of like what you're doing here is, you see, stats has these 6 values, right? So what we are doing when we use the plus sign together with stats, with two stats object, we are adding all the properties together, and then we're returning the result of this. So if I wanted to, I can add I can add, for example, a minus or multiplication or divide operator. Probably a minus one will work here, but then the multiplication and division signs will not work, right? So if I was to do something like this, now if I wanted to add two stat objects together, I can just use the plus sign like that, and then this will add both the stat objects together. So what this function does really is just allows me to use the plus sign together with the stats object. Some other examples of this, you can find a lot of examples of this in Unity itself. If you know how Unity handles rotations are recorded using quaternions, right? So if we were to look at the quaternions definition, you will also find definitions for these operators. Okay, so if you scroll all the way down, you will find that with quaternions, you're able only to multiply quaternions with vectors, as well as quaternions with other quaternions. So the multiplication for quaternions is basically equivalent to adding two quaternions together, whereas the multiplication sign for quaternion with a point or with a vector allows us to rotate a vector, which is an arrow that points to a certain direction with a certain rotation that you define here. So if you get familiar with how to use these operator functions, you can make the classes that you create a lot easier to use. Like the plus sign that I have for my stats object, for example, makes it very easy for me to add stats together, subtract stats, provided I define a subtract function. But addition and subtraction are mostly the same, right? So you can add negative values to the stat also. But so anyway, these operators allow you to make things a lot easier for yourself once you start using the classes that you create. So this whole thing was unscripted, so I hope I did a decent explanation. What I'm gonna do after this is we'll just cut the video out and then we'll cut out the sections where maybe I'm a little, you know, where I'm just rambling, and then we'll see if we can summarize everything that I just talked about under a minute. So what we're gonna do today is I am going to, so in the past couple of weeks, I just actually changed the cover image for the past two streams because I realized they were not describing what we were doing. Quite it wasn't an apt description of what we were doing. So in the last stream, what I was doing was recoding the passive item system, right? So today we're gonna recode, or rather revamp, the weapon evolution system to fit the new weapon system, and once that's done, we should be able to start thinking about how to package this whole thing into part 15 of the series. And then once the weapon system is released, you should find it a lot easier to create new weapons using the new code base. So we're gonna release, of course, we're gonna release the files on Patreon, and alongside that we will also probably have a couple of videos showing you how to create different weapons. So for example, in the past few streams, I've created the lightning ring, I've created the whip, and I've created the axe, right? So we probably will cut out parts of the stream and then post it on YouTube so that you don't have to go through the entire stream to learn how to code these weapons. It's gonna get once the weapon system is done, it's gonna be a lot of fun, I think. And then we can start moving on to creating a new spawn system and a new map generation system. So all of this stuff, I'm aiming for everything to be done, say around March, April next year. Maybe a little ambitious. Maybe I have to work a little harder during Christmas. We will see where things go. So for now, let me just get straight into the weapon evolution system. So let me just have a look at what we have so far from the code base. So we actually have an existing weapon evolution system, but again, why are we revamping that? Because there are a lot of the old system requires you to create a lot of scriptable objects, and not a fan of that. So we have a simple weapon evolution system right here, and then basically it takes a base weapon data, takes a passive item, and then it shows you the evolved item. So what I'm gonna do is for the weapon evolution system, I'm just gonna code it right into the weapon data script. So if you recall over here in the weapon data script, essentially we have a couple of things. We have the icon for the weapon, we have how many levels the weapon should have, and then we have the base stats, and then we have the linear growth, which defines how the weapon improves over time. And for the passive item system, it's the same thing. We have base stats, and then we have how the passive item grows. So we have to define the weapon evolution system somewhere, and I was thinking that we can define it inside the weapon. Or perhaps because we have also created a new parent class for all these weapons, right? Perhaps we can put it under the parent class. Let me have a thought about this. So under the item data class, we have, so what we have now is we have the item data class, we have the passive item data class, or rather the passives, it's called the passive data, right? There we go. Let me just clean up. Let me just close all the scripts I don't need. So we have passive data, we have item data, and then we have the weapon data class as well. All of these are scriptable objects, but the item data class is abstract, which means that it's just there to serve as the base class for both the passive data, which is the container that holds information for passive items, and weapon data, which is the container class for the scriptable object that contains, of course, data for weapons itself. So we have to find somewhere to store the weapon evolution data, and we can let me just write it under item data first. We can kind of shift things around later on. Let's define a struct called evolution. And what this struct will do is it's gonna be system realizable. And what we really want is we want another item data, right? So in Vampire Survivors, you can combine a weapon with passive to get an evolution. But if we want this system to be as flexible as possible, then we probably will need to accommodate the possibility that we can combine two passives together or two weapons together as well. I'm not sure if Vampire Survivors allows you to combine two weapons together. Is it possible? This is something that I'm not very sure about. But if you want to make the evolution system as flexible as possible, then that's what I have in mind, so that when this code is passed around, you don't have to go to YouTube and drop comments and ask me questions. Oh, how do I do this? How do I modify this? I mean, questions are welcome, but it's a lot of work, and it's not something you can reply to in a comment. Given that it takes more than 4 hours for me to set this up, probably gonna finish this. Aiming to finish this at the end of the stream, but well, I'm a coding genius, so I should be able to do that. So in the evolution system, what we want to do is probably have item data. So these are reagents. I'm just gonna call them reagents. So for every evolution, we have the other reagents, right? Let me just drop this on the variable on the item data as well first. And then we can always refine this to public evolution. evolution data. So once I define this under item data, what you will find in Unity itself is that when I modify the scriptable objects that pertain to either weapons or passives, right here, sorry, wrong folder. There is also at the bottom, at the top here, there is evolution data. Right now, we can only select, or we can only control what the other reagents are, and then these are other items. So for example, I can have the whip, let's say evolve if I have the whip and the lightning ring, for example. Yeah, and then if I have multiple reagents, then I can do something like this. I can have, say, if I have a lightning ring together with, say, a spinach. Okay, let me just log this. So I can do something like lightning ring and spinach. So if I have a whip, lightning ring and a spinach, then we can evolve into something else. And then of course the evolution result will also have to be a weapon data, right? So that means that we can do something like this, other reagents, and then the result. Let's call it outcome. Just thinking about what word to use. So this means that I can define reagents, and then I can also define the outcome. Samurai, you're welcome. It's well, when we create these things, it's so that other people can use it, right? So I'm glad that you have learned something with our tutorials and you're able to use whatever we've created. It'd be really sad if we create stuff and then no one watches and no one uses them. Then what is the point of us existing, right? So very glad that you have learned something. So a lot of us who are doing this, we grew up playing games, and then we developed a passion for making games, or for coding, just because we played a lot of games in the past. So happy to pass the knowledge on. Glad you enjoyed the series, the tutorials and everything that we put up. So one thing that if we were to make this system as flexible as possible, one thing that I would want to do also is to be able to define which level the reagent has to be to be able to evolve. So maybe we can add a evolution condition or something like that. So I'm thinking of perhaps public struct evolution condition. Then this will take item setting, takes a public item data region, public integer level. So I'm thinking of perhaps adding a struct here, and then here we have, say, a configuration. So if we were to do something like this, then our evolution, okay, now this doesn't work because I have to make this serializable as well. And then we can have other reagents and an outcome, right? So the other reagents would be, if I were to create, say, one more reagent, and then I can add more elements inside. So the reagent and the level, and the outcome will be just one item, again, the reagent and the level. So this gives us a lot of control over the evolution data of an object, or in other words, like what do you combine, what can you combine with, and what the outcome you want to get. So this is always descriptible object. So let's say wings, whip with wings. Wings has to be say level 8, and then the outcome will be, let's say, something else. Say a lightning ring, or probably have to create a new weapon for that, but for now, say a whip combines with wings to make a lightning ring that is at, say, level 1. I think it makes a fair bit of sense for us to set things up like that. And then we can add multiple reagents as well, which makes things very flexible. Okay, I think we'll go with this. It's turned out pretty well. So under the evolution here, I'm also gonna just take a string name. And what this name string will do is it allows us to name the element itself. So I can say, for example, just the random weapon name. So I can just add a name here, so I can name the item, and then I can set the other reagents and then the outcome. I'm not sure if this is possible to do in earlier versions of Unity. I have a strong suspicion that it's possible, but I guess we just test it out against, let's say, if you're still using 2017 or 2018, you might have to just upgrade to be able to use these project files. But otherwise, I like the configuration that we have. I wish I can change the name here. Let me see if I can do that. If I change this name, does it work? If I was to say a whip, nope, doesn't change the element. So okay, never mind. Let's just this should be item data, and this should be item type, and the level over here, and config other, let's just call this reagents. I think we're done with the evolution. Again, it's a lot simpler. The idea is to make it a lot simpler and more intuitive to use than our previous system. And then we'll define this in the item data so that both the passives as well as the weapons are able to use it. Though it would be nice if the evolution data was put at the bottom instead of on top, because I would want the linear growth and everything to appear first. But I guess we are going to have to code the editor interface if you wanna change that, right? So reagents, outcome. Is there a way for us to force the property all the way down to the bottom of the inspector? I mean, okay. Unity's inspector does not provide a built-in way to reorder serialized fields without using a custom editor script. If there have been updates and changes to Unity after that date, it's advisable to check the official Unity documentation or forums for the latest information. Okay, let's skip that first, and I don't want to jump into the editor script. We'll just have to deal with having the evolution data right here. I want to move it at the bottom, ideally, because the last thing you think about, right? When you create a weapon, the first thing you think about are the stats first, and then how it grows, and then after that you think about, like, you know, if you have limit break, then how many more levels can you add to it, right? You don't think about the weapon evolution data right away. So to have it here, it's not best, but we can deal with it later on. So now that we have the evolution settings for weapons without evolutions, we can just leave this at 0. But then let's code an evolution for, let's find an evolution that we like, and then we can code an evolution for one of our weapons. So I'm familiar with the garlic evolution, because it's the only weapon I use when I play vampires, I guess. It's garlic, so I'm always getting garlic together with the health regeneration passive. It's called Pomarola, right? So I've gotten the Soul Eater evolution a couple of times. So what we can perhaps do is we can create a weapon. We can create a Soul Eater first, and then we can configure how the weapon evolves, and then we can test it out. Cooldown X similar to hitbox delay for Soul Eater. Big increase in area and increase in base damage. Damage without instantly. So damage works like garlic. So Soul Eater is basically the garlic on steroids, right? Take more knockback and be more vulnerable to freeze. And then gains 1 damage every 60 health points. Oh, Soul Eater gains damage as well. Flat increase and does not benefit from fight. Source of the healing. To boost Soul Eater's damage does not matter. Passive recovery, healing from 4 chicken. Counts towards. Gains 1 damage for every 60 health points. Does Soul Eater have levels? I don't think so. Okay. Wow, there's so many weapon evolutions. I guess I'm curious to try them out now. This is not just a big one. So these are regular items. And then it can be evolved in Bloody Tear. evolved with Hollow Heart. Let me just change the music. This is gonna run for an hour. Drive me crazy. Vento Sacro. It's Vento Sacro. United with Bloody Tear. So you can have two weapons combined together, right? It's the Vento Sacro and Bloody Tear. So two weapons are combined. Who cares about fries? So many ads on this page, man. It's crazy. So you can have multiple evolutions for your weapon. Let's start with the Soul Eater first. Does it evolve into anything else? It doesn't evolve into anything else, right? Just Garlic and Pomerola. Okay, let's try making that then in our system. Then we can code a system to manage the evolution of the Soul Eater. Let's create a new passive item called Pomerola then. So this is a lot easier to do, right? Because it builds on top of our systems. Let me just do a recap of how the old system was like. You had to create a weapon evolution blueprint for the old system, and then once you do that, then you have to assign the weapon data for both weapons, and then after that you have to assign the evolved weapon prefab together with the scriptable object for the weapon. So it's not as intuitive as I would like, which is why I placed this little notice here. We'll be replacing this weapon evolution system with a new one that works with our new weapon system. Yes, so let's try creating the Pomerola, right? So Pomerola. And then this just gives you more recovery, right? Pomerola just gives you, just Google that. Pomerola. Fries again. Where's the close button? So increases your recovery by 2 seconds. Sorry, not 2 seconds, by 0.2 hit points per second. So it's a pretty straightforward weapon. We gotta find a sprite for it. Sure, we have a sprite for that. It's fine. Hot. I'm gonna use this gem instead because it turns out we don't have a hard sprite. Let's gem, and then this is the Pomerola, right? And it has 5 levels. Evolution will store it in the main weapon. Pomerola. Character recovers 0.2 HP per second, and the boost is just 0.2 recovery, and we have 4 levels. So 4 levels, we have 5 levels, right? 2, 3, yes, 5 levels, so you have 4 levels. You know what I can do is I can make it so that if once a level is set, the array here will automatically change itself. Then we won't have to set the goal here as well. That's a lot of sense, right? So increases health by 0.2 per second. Recovery. Level 4 because we are level 2 here. And here we have level 5. And for all of them, the recovery is 0.2, 0.2 here, and 0.2 here as well. So now we have the Palmarola weapon set up as a passive item. I think we can add it onto the into the game, right? And it'll be one of the options when you level up. So under player inventory, available passives, just add one more here, and this will be the Palmarola. So now when we level up, we should get the Palmarola as one of the options occasionally. So let me just save this scene and go back to the character select screen. Start our game from. So now we have the Palmarola here, and then when we level the Palmarola, press the wrong button. So when we level the Palmarola, we should expect the character to recover health. Over time. So if we get the Palmarola and I pause the game, there should be a Palmarola passive, and then this gives you a boost of 0.2. And on the player stats itself, right, you should see the actual stats here, the recovery is increased. Though we haven't coded for the stats to work together, the player, we can do that once we are done with the weapon evolution. And yeah, so if we level everything, we will be able to keep leveling our characters, right? And then once the leveling is finished, then we will handle the weapon evolution. So how weapon evolution works in Vampire Survivors is you have to level everything to max level, right? And then after that, then you will get the option to evolve your weapon. If you open a chest, I think only if you open a chest can you do weapon evolution, correct? Weapon evolution. Evolution is a game mechanic that changes a base weapon to a stronger evolved weapon using a passive item as a catalyst. A union is a combination of two weapons. A gift is an additional weapon or passive item you get when the conditions were met. Evolved weapons usually inherit most of the base weapon stats. With extra effects, most area of effect weapons may add bonus to area, and some have changes on base damage because their behavior is different. United weapons share similar characteristics with evolved weapons, except two weapons are merged into one. So they call it different things. Union as well. Redirected from. Everything is just generally called evolution. The player needs to fulfill the following conditions to evolve or unite a weapon. Fully leveled base weapon and its counterpart in the inventory. In case of union, both base weapons must be fully leveled up. This may also require a passive weapon counterpart. Collect the treasure chest that contains an evolution type reward. In most stages, this kind of chests are dropped by bosses that are spawned at the 10-minute mark, with some exceptions. So we have to code the chest as well. Maybe let's go around that for now. You know, I don't wanna stuff too many things into part 15. So what I'm gonna do first is we will have an evolution condition that will look something like this. Let's add a enum here, and then condition. Treasure chest auto. Let me just put two conditions here first, and then we will expand upon them as we go along. So this will be the evolution condition of the weapon itself. So now what we also have is the mode of evolution of the weapon. So if we were to look at the scriptable object for the, let's say, the whip, or do we have any scriptable object here? Okay, let's just set up the garlic, shall we? So for the garlic, evolution, the list is empty, so you just add one evolution for soul eater, and then you gotta define the reagents, and then you can set the condition. Let me move the condition up. So it's the first thing that you see. So evolution and then the condition. And then we also want minimum level here, as well as minimum level here. So what this gives me is, in the evolution data, I'm able to set, for example, for the garlic to evolve when it's at max level, which is level 8, right? Evolves either from treasure chest or automatically. So let me set auto to be the default configuration. And then what this enum allows us to do as well is it allows us to add more conditions for evolution in future. And then I can set a minimum level, I can set the reagents, I can set the outcome as well. So very configurable. So eater minimum level 8, and just make this auto. Then I can set the reagents needed for the evolution, as well as the outcome. And then for the outcome, we can also set the level of the item, provided it's not a single level item. Again, flexibility, right, is what we're going for here. So for the reagents, we just have one reagent, and that is, we need the Pomerola, right? So the garlic, let's call this something. Let's just be minimum level. This will be item minimum. I just want a way for us to differentiate. This will be the minimum level for the item here, and then this will be the minimum level for the reagent. So the garlic's minimum level should be 8. What is the... What does vampire survivors call the item types? Using a passive item as a catalyst. Okay, let's use terminology that vampire survivors players will understand. Base minimum level, let's call this catalyst. And then what should we call this? Outcome sounds okay. So evolution data, and we have catalyst. Condition auto, base minimum level is 8. Catalyst over here. This catalyst will be the Pomerola, right? So Pomerola, and then the minimum level of it will be 5. So when I'm level 8 and level 5, right now the evolution will automatically occur. Eventually, when we recode, I know there's a treasure chest that's already working. When we recode the treasure chest, then because the treasure chest is supposed to either give you one weapon or multiple weapons, right? So we gotta work that in as well. The outcome will be the Soul Eater. Where is the... Oh, we haven't created the Soul Eater. So the base stats, this is the garlic, so the base stats is still correct. So the garlic evolves into the Soul Eater, and then the minimum level will be 1, and then we have to create the Soul Eater weapon, which is... It's really a duplicate of the garlic, right? Okay, so let me just copy and paste this. To do this, I will have to... Okay, let me just duplicate the garlic. Yeah. I'm doing this on the Explorer because you can't duplicate items in project window. Okay. So I just made a duplicate of the garlic. It's called the Soul Eater, and then let me call this Soul Eater, right? So then the users, okay, let's create a new graphic for it then. It's just a black circle, which means that how do I go about this? I can just use particle effects to create this. I don't have to go into Photoshop. We have lightning, we have player damage. Let's make one more VFX called the garlic. Oh, sorry, the Soul Eater effect, which is okay, let me just open up the game scene, and then from there let me see what I can do to create an effect without touching Photoshop. So it's gonna be a particle effect. So the Soul Eater is gonna be straightforward. It's just a circle, right? That follows the player around. So I'm gonna need a particle system. Soul Eater effect. And then the renderer over here, I'm just gonna move it to the topmost layer of my project. Disable speed and disable shape, so everything is in the same place. Actually, we can do the garlic effect the same way, right? We don't have to use the terrible garlic effect, which is just a sprite. Okay, we'll get to that later. We can revamp the garlic effect together later as well. So for the Soul Eater, the start lifetime, we want it to pulse a little bit. So I'm just gonna do this so that it pulses. And what I also want is for the effect to, when I scale the effect, I want the effect to also coincide, which it is doing now, right? So actually it's fine. That's great. Wait over time. I know the Soul Eater doesn't glow, but I think the glow makes it look nicer. So I'm gonna go with the glow over here. And now the thing we want is we want this to be black, which means we will have to. So the Soul Eater probably is gonna like have a scale of 6, so it covers a large area around the player, and it's gonna be parented with the player. Something like that, right? That's how the Soul Eater will work. So is there a way for me to reuse existing materials? Perhaps not, probably not. So I have to create a new material. Where do the materials go in this project? Under art, we have materials here. VFX, and these are just the art files, and we have additive particles. Come on. Listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough? Okay, let's subtractive. So let's just call this subtractive particle. Same thing, it's gonna be unlit. Let's sorry, it's going to be particles and unlit. So it's going to be the same as additive particle, but this is subtractive. So I'm gonna make this subtractive here, and then the color mode will be multiply. Let's try this. So what additive does is that additive will make something brighter, then subtractive materials make something darker. So if I apply this subtractive material over here, then you will get this. And next thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna apply the default particle system texture over to the subtractive material. So by default it has a circular shape for particle system. Yeah, see that? So then now we have something black here. For the additive particle, let me just also add the circle here. Since Unity by default, what it does is it just adds the particle, this circular particle texture, right? So it's not gonna change our lighting VFX, I think. So let me just test it out and see if our lightning VFX is still the same. So we can just apply the circular texture, there's no problem. So now that we have the black additive texture, see it's this pulsating black thing, right? And then now we can kind of change the color to kind of change the intensity of the black. Oh, this is really black. How do we change that? Can we change the alpha here? So if we change the alpha and we scale up the object, then we still get this black texture here, right? Kind of works. The other thing we can do, right now the black, there is a bit of an issue with that because it's too black, and then when I tone down the transparency, right, then it looks a lot smaller. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reduce the rate over time and increase the lifetime of particle. And then from here, I can increase the alpha. And perhaps I can remove color over lifetime. What if lifetime is just 1 actually? Then it's just gonna be a black smudge, right? I think that works better. And then for color over lifetime, I'm not gonna make it fade away. I'm just gonna make it kind of glow a little bit. So it's gonna go from black to white, black to white, like this. There we go. So what we have here is we have one particle that spawns every second, and then every time a new particle spawns, the old particle dies, and then the particle is just gonna glow like that. I think this works a lot better. And then, of course, once we place the Soul Eater on the player, then I think it'll be a pretty nice effect, you know. So let's darken this, and let's just leave this on scale of 1 first. And then we prefab it. Okay, or you can do like say a scale of 12, 12, and 12. Be big enough. Or maybe 16, 16, 60. It's still not big enough, right? How about 30, 30, 30? Getting a bit better. So we just want it to cover a certain area, and then we will add a collider to it. So this collider is going to be a circle collider. Where is the radius of this? Okay, so I think we are running into the same problem as the lightning. So we have to set the particle size to be unlimited. So the max particle size be 99. Minimum particle size be 0. Because Unity by default restricts the size of one particle to be at maximum 0.5%, 50% of the screen. We want to remove this limit as it is with the lightning. Yes, and then now we can scale down the effect, right? Because now the effect is able to get a lot larger than before. Maybe 24 would be a nice number, like this. Now this looks more like it. Then we set the radius to say half, too big, 2.5, 3.2, 1.5. That's not too bad. Yeah, so this will be our Soul Eater FX. I can just drop this into the prefabs folder. Where is our garlic aura here? Okay, let's drop it into the garlic weapon. So this is for this Soul Eater. This will be the weapon setup right here, and let's touch up the garlic as well since we are at this. So here's our Soul Eater effect. Yes, it only shows up when you click on it, or it shows up in game. Let me just show you how it looks like in game. It's just a glowing black orb that follows it's supposed to follow your character around if you parent it to the character. If you haven't coded any aura effects onto it yet, we can just add an aura component like that, and then after that we can just let the stats handle itself. Yeah, because the aura, once you spawn the aura is just gonna retrieve the stats from the weapon, and then after that it's just gonna do damage. All that stuff. So it's the same setup as the garlic, except that it uses a particle system for its graphic. So we'll do the same thing for the garlic itself. Let me just remove the Soul Eater. Sorry, I forgot to make these changes. Got to apply to the prefab. Okay, so for the garlic aura, let's revamp it. Right now it just has a sprite, but it doesn't really work, right? Sprite. So we'll do the same thing as for the we'll do the same thing as the Soul Eater. And for the particle system right here, we are going to set the shape to none and emission to 0. So emission must be there, right? So the speed will be none as well. And then let's set a material for it. Material will be additive particle, right? And then let's scale it up a little bit. Let's say, okay, let's leave it. We can scale the particle right here. There we go. And lifetime of 1. And it's looping, so the duration doesn't matter. Emission of 1 is fine. So now we have this little glow right here, and How do we replace the glow? We replace the glow by going to texture sheet animation and then sprites, and then adding the sprite for the garlic like this. So now it looks much better, right, in the sprite renderer. See that? So now we have this effect here. It looks a lot better than the sprite renderer that we have. We can maybe reduce the size a little bit to make it fit into the collider that we have designed. Yeah, so then what's the next thing we want to do is we want to make it glow. So by using particle effects and by using the additive material that we have created together, the effect looks a lot better. And then the benefit of doing something like that is we can do a color over lifetime, and then we can just make it so that it kind of glows over time, you know, like that. Yeah, all done with particle system, so you don't have to touch animators and whatnot to get the effect to work. And then if you want to make the glow slower, you can increase the lifetime. The glow becomes slower, but you also have to remove the ray over time. And here we have garlic, so it's just done with a particle system, so it's a lot prettier. And yeah, it still works the same. So as you level up and you increase the area, the garlic will still increase in size as well. So it's just the same thing but done with particle effect. Okay, particle effects are very efficient ways to do things. So wherever possible, I always prefer to use particle effects to create stuff. Hi Logic, great question. So if you want to create more than 6 weapons, right? Okay, this is a simple question, so I can answer this first. You can try. So right now, with the project files that you're using the new system, right? You can just create new weapon slots. So if you have more than 6 weapon slots, then you should be able to get more than 6 weapons. Yeah? But if you do this, you will also have to create more weapon UI slots. So in the canvas right here, okay, you will see right now we only have 6 slots for weapons. If you want to add more weapon slots, you will have to also create more UI weapon slots. So once you add more slots here, you go, after you add more slots here, you go to the player inventory and then you add more weapon slots here. Yeah, and then as well as the weapon UI slots here. And then you can add more weapons. Okay, give it a try and let me know if that works. It should work. I haven't tried it myself. I inherited this from Xavier, so but it should work. I'm pretty sure it will work. Let me know if it doesn't. In the meantime, I'm gonna try out the garlic effect and see whether it looks nicer. Okay, let me open up the scene for selecting a character. Do I save changes? No. Do I have to save changes? I think the problem I'll run into is that the garlic will not show up. The reason for that is because the particle effect hasn't been properly configured. By that I mean that let's call this this is garlic oil, right? So the particle system right here, I have to change the sorting layer to foreground. can't seem to get the garlic to show up as a weapon now. Where is the garlic? Garlic is not showing up. Let me just restart the game and try again. There's a lot of enemies. I can just select the garlic character, right? Silly me. The other thing is that you see that the garlic only appears after a while. Let me show you what I mean. When I select garlic, it doesn't appear for a while, and the reason for that is because we gotta pre-warm the effect. Pre-warming basically makes it so that, you see the effect only spawns once every 2 seconds, so you have to wait around 2 seconds for the effect to appear. But if you pre-warm it, then it's gonna appear right away after you attach it. So once I pre-warm the effect, you will see that everything will work fine now. But probably the effect is a little too bright, so to rectify that, I can also reduce the start color right here, and then this will make the effect a lot dimmer, a lot more subtle, right? And there we have the garlic. Now it's glowing. Okay, very simple, but very it's a little more satisfying to look at. Then we have, of course, we have our whip. Whip is so strong. Such a fantastic weapon. Fire wand. So the garlic effect works well. And yeah, so we are done with these two effects. Soul Eater, I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna pre-warm the effect. And next thing we're gonna do is called the weapon evolution, which means that once the garlic gets leveled up to its maximum level, and once the Pomerola gets leveled up to the maximum level as well, we will check whether the weapon is able to evolve. To do that, we will have to, under the item class, right, there has to be a way for us to check whether we have all the reagents we need for evolution. Logic. So you have a question about how to make obstacles, is it? How to make an obstacle? I actually haven't looked into it, but I can go through it with you. Just give me a moment, yeah. So to add an obstacle, we have to find the spawn system. I haven't looked into how it works, but so obstacles be under chunks, right? So what we have here, how the terrain system works is you have chunks, and then you have an obstacle generator somewhere, right? Obstacle. there is obstacle generator script somewhere inside our code base, which I'm not sure. Map controller, chunk trigger, chunk optimizer, prop randomizer. Perhaps that's what controls that. We have prop randomizer, terrain chunk, spawn points, and prop prefabs. Okay, so logic, are you there? So what we want to do, right, or what you want to do is go to prefabs. If you want to create different chunks, inside the chunk itself, every chunk that you create, you can assign all these prop locations are where the obstacles can spawn, and then these are the types of obstacles that can spawn. So these are all prefabs that you put it under the props folder. And then how do you make it collidable? You just gotta find a prop that has the box collider 2D, and then you can set the following settings to control what items it drops. That makes sense? So if you want to make a prop that's collidable and, for example, destructible, I want to draw a wall with tarmac, but the player cannot pass through that. So in the assets, props, assets, prefabs, and props folder, you just find a prop that has a collider and it's breakable, or if you want it to be unbreakable, I think there should be some props that are unbreakable as well. Let me see if... Okay, so what you want is to create... I'm sorry I'm repeating myself a couple of times because I'm trying to figure out how it works as well. Duplicate one of these props that has a box collider, and then if you want it to be destructible, you keep the breakable props and the drop rate manager. If you want it to always be there and it cannot be destroyed, then you have to put a box collider without a breakable prop or a drop manager script. So once you do that, then your prop will just be there, and there will be a collider there, and you can't do anything about it. If that makes sense. So then once you're done, you have to go back to your terrain chunks over here, and then in the chunks here you have to add your prop to this. Yes, so you can just name your prop whatever you want. So over here it's just name terrain sprite sheet 3, 4, 5, and so on. Okay, I will name it differently, like say a rock prop, rock breakable prop, grass breakable prop, or whatever. Okay, but once you add the element, then you should be able to see the prop randomly spawn, and then they should have a collider, and the player should not be able to walk through them. Okay, let's continue with getting the weapon evolution system to work. No problem, Logic. I'm glad I was able to help you. So, okay, let's get back to the weapon evolution. So what we want to do is, whenever we get a new item, we also want the weapon to be notified, right, of the possibility that it can evolve. So here we have weapon, it's a mono behavior, and okay, let me just jump over script here. So for both weapons and passives, they are both mono behaviors, and because both are able to evolve, and even though in the game there's only weapon to weapon evolution, there's only weapon passive and evolution, or weapon and evolution. So if we want to have, if we were to code it so that only weapons can evolve, then we can code the functionality inside weapon. But as I was talking about earlier in the stream, all we want to do is make this system as robust as possible. So if someone, for example, wants to make passive plus passive and this gives you an evolution, we should be able to do that. So if we want to make both passives and weapons able to evolve, we will have to code them under a common class. Right now we have the weapon class like that. And then we also have a passive class that serves as the class that we add to components that we want to use to raise our stats. So let me just pull up the passive class and open the script for it. Weapon, passive, items. So right now the weapon and the passive classes are not related. So what I want to do is there are some similarities between the weapon and the passive. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a class called is there an item class already? I'm not very sure if there is item class. Let me just check. Okay, great, there's no item class. So I can create an item class. And then this item class will be the common parent for both the weapon and the passive. So I am going to make this class empty first. And then the passive will inherit from item. The weapon will also inherit from item. Let me just write a summary. So this will be the base class for both the passive and the weapon. It is primarily intended to handle weapon evolution. Yes. We want both weapons and passive to be evolved. Then for the passive, how do we describe passive? Class that takes an item data and takes a passive data and it's used to implement players stats when see. So perhaps in the item class, what we want to do is to define some functions. Public abstract boolean can level up, do level up. Oh, by the way, this should be an abstract. Public abstract bool can level up, do level up. Do level up should be virtual. So what I'm doing here is just defining some of the common functions that are inherited by the child classes. We can move the can level up over to the item class actually, so this should be virtual as well. So virtual boolean can level up. And level up is always just gonna be if it's above the max level, then it cannot level up. That's the default setting. We can define the current level on the parent class as well. Right? Weapon, where is current level? So we can move the current level here. Current level. Okay, maybe it turns out we can't do that. Current level, data max level. Current level here. Still missing data, right? Which means if I initialize the item, I will have to retrieve the Okay, I think I know how to handle this already. Let me just create public virtual void initialize and pick item data. So we want to save the max level here. Current level, max level. By default we 1, but once we initialize this, max level is going to be data which sorry, max level equals to data max. And then here I can just use the max level again. So then this saves me the trouble of defining 10 level up again. You don't always have to define it. Same thing here, I can remove this. To level up, do I have to do this? So under initialize, I'll have to call super initialize like this. Sorry, this should be base initialize. Base initialize and override. New. New, alright. It's not highly successful. For initialize here as well. And do level up. Okay, let me remove the current level here as well, since it's already accounted for inside the item class. So in the item class, right, what we have is a do level up function. And what the do level up function is going to do is it's going to check whether the item can evolve, right? So in the item itself, we also need to track all the other reagents. Which means when we initialize the item, we will have to retrieve all the reagents that are needed to evolve. So we have to have access to the play inventory. Okay, this is more complicated than I thought it would be. You will have to track all the reagents. How do we track all the reagents? All the catalysts, right? As Vampire Survivors calls it, they don't call it reagents, they call it catalysts. So how do I track all the catalysts? Check the evolution data of the item. Yes, so public item data catalyst. This shouldn't be public though. Doesn't have to be public because it's tracked privately. I can make it protected actually, so that it's accessible by child classes. So we want to track all the catalysts. So when we initialize the item, we will check its evolution data and retrieve all the catalysts. So this will be item data evolution. Item data, let me open up the item data script again. Weapon, sorry, it's in the past. Item data. So evolution, there is a configuration. So if we just store the evolution, I think that will be just fine. Item data evolution. Evolution data. So we want to retrieve the evolution data and store it here. Evolution data. Equals to data. Evolution data. Store the evolution data as all the catalysts are and then we can also create a function public virtual boolean can evolve. So if this item can evolve, it means that all the reagents that it has are in place. So to do that, we will need to have access to the player inventory as well. Player. So let's open up the inventory script. Where is the inventory script? Player inventory. So we have all the weapon slots, all the passive slots. So under can evolve, we have all the evolution data, so then we need to do a return true. And we will look through all the evolution data for each evolution. Check if that includes in the inventory. If he dot catalyst evolution catalyst. Can evolve I'm gonna overload the can evolve function. So what it will do is it will either return to you an item data evolution, or it will return now. Does that make sense? So call this function to get all the evolution that weapon evolve. Item data evolution. This will be an array of data equal to be equal to inner list data. So we loop through every evolution here and then we check whether we have all the catalysts for the evolution. So we have to do another loop here for each. For each item data evolution, why are we calling this config actually? We can call this catalyst. Let me just rename it to a more appropriate name. Condition, this should be catalyst. Makes more sense to call them catalyst. No, sorry. Let's call this config because this can also be the outcome. So the outcome is not a catalyst. So for each item data config, see all the catalysts. So here it's a boolean condition true. On the play inventory, we have to clean this one up as well. We should probably add a function, check if it has certain weapon. So what I'm going to do is under play inventory, I'm going to add a new function here called has. Has a certain item data. Just the player inventory certain item. You know what, I can just actually do a weapon data here as well as passive data. Does it have a certain type of weapon or does it have a certain type of passive? And so here we can just go for each weapon. W and weapon slots. If W data goes to type, oh. Get type, yes, get type. Return. This will be passive slots. Let me consult ChatGPT. Show why it's an error here. Oh yeah, what am I thinking? I can just, if the view data is what am I looking for? Sorry, I'm confused now. For each weapon in weapon slots, we are checking if the weapon's data is equals to the type. Actually, this is correct. Referring to the same object. So I don't have to compare the types. Data. Or we can compare the names. Did it work? Yeah, let's compare the names. It makes sense. which means that you cannot have two weapon data with the same name, otherwise it will register as the same one. Oh, okay, let's just leave it as like that. So once we get the function up, we can go on ahead and actually head back to item, and from here we can check, see item type. This is a item data, right? So firstly, when we initialize the item, let's also get a reference to the claim inventory equals find object. So we have to find a better reference, better way to reference the player inventory. This is in inventory has item type. Check each listed evolution whether what is it. Let's do a public bool as data type work. So over here, if type is return data, we call return as type. Else if type with data return as type. That's it. Otherwise we can call. So under item data itself, type the item here if inventory as item type. Wait, the inventory doesn't have the item type. We'll set condition and equal to false. And then we will break. And then if condition met is equals to true, what we will do is we will add possible evolutions. Right here, possible evolutions, and we'll add one evolution to each step. Text All that it is. And this will be this will be possible evolution to. So we want to return an array of all the evolution. So we don't want to do this. Arrays are more efficient. And then we can create another function for can evolve. Just check for a specific icon. Public virtual, this will be boolean, can evolve. This one checks for item data.
Come on, listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough to be faithful and also be the hit of the party? Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced. And I'm gonna tell you, don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Never gonna stop. No, 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 no. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Item data type.
I ain't never gonna stop. No, no. Oh, I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna stop now, me. Never gonna stop now, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, 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 no. Never gonna stop now, baby. Never gonna stop now, baby.
This should be item data evolution. Evolution. Then it should just be everything here. Can evolve. And this will be evolution. Inventory has some. Well, there it doesn't have this item. Otherwise, we possible. If that's the case, I can just remove this part. This will be can evolve. E. I'm gonna give myself a break to organize my thoughts a little bit. I'll be back in about 8 minutes. So I can feel the weapon evolution system coming together, so we should be able to get everything working by 4 p.m. So I'm back. So where we left off just now was us creating an upgrade to the current weapon system. Well, it's actually not an upgrade because we already have a weapon evolution system. We are just trying to make it more user-friendly and more robust as well. So I've created over here a Soul Eater weapon, and this is basically an evolved weapon that came from Garlic and Pomerola, right? And then you are able to define the evolution data right here on the Garlic itself. So then what I'm coding right now is the logic for detecting when a weapon is able to evolve, and I'm working on the item class. And the reason I'm working on the item class is because I want both passives and weapons to be able to evolve. So even though in Vampire Survivors there isn't a possibility for two passive items to combine and become a better passive item or even become an active weapon, I want our system to make it possible for you to do that. So one thing that we always want to do whenever we are coding game systems is we want to make the system as flexible as possible. So that if, let's say, you want to introduce new mechanics or you want to introduce new ways of balancing your game, right? You know, like having two passives evolving into a weapon, you're able to do that. So if you are restricting the evolution to only go from weapon to weapon or weapon plus passive to another weapon, it's going to be incredibly restrictive to your game design. So what I've done here is I've created a parent class, a parent item class, and this is basically the parent class for both the weapon and the passive. So what this means is that both passives and weapons will be able to evolve, and then the item class basically contains the logic for all these evolutions. So the tricky part now is for me to figure out, I'm just writing some code to, and what this code does is basically detects whether an evolution is possible. So once that's done, I also want the leveling up process to automatically evolve the weapon if the correct conditions are met. So right here I have the evolution data of my weapon, and then inside the evolution data of my weapon I also have a condition here that controls how the evolution happens. So the evolution can happen automatically, meaning once you meet the requirements, once I get my Garlic to level 8 and my Pomerola to level 5, if the condition here is auto, I want the evolution to happen automatically. It means it consumes the passive and it consumes the weapon, and then it combines into a new weapon. Which reminds me, actually, we also have to determine whether passives are destroyed when the weapon evolves, right? Oh, no. Do we have to do that? I think we can... Yeah, there's one more configuration I missed out. So when the weapon evolves, do we want the weapon to consume passives? Do we want the weapon to consume the other weapons as well and leave only the original weapon there? That's important to figure out also, right? So whenever an evolution happens, the passives shouldn't get consumed, but the other weapons should get consumed, right? Is that how it works in Vampire Survivors? Let's have a look. So when evolution happens, the evolution destroys the other... Let's see if ChatGPT knows the answer. A weapon evolves in Vampire Survivors. Does it consume Does it destroy the other packages? Documentation, that's not the same. I don't have real-time access. Tell me what you know of then. Oh, you know what? Something interesting happened. So I was asking ChatGPT a couple of days ago about how to. Okay, probably shouldn't say this in YouTube, right? Because if I tell you everything, it probably may get me into a bit of trouble. But I asked ChatGPT how do you bypass ISP blocks without a VPN, and you can actually modify your DNS configurations to bypass VPNs, meaning to bypass ISP blocks. In some countries, you are not able to access certain websites or certain IP addresses, right? Because the government blocks them. So then the general consensus has always been that to bypass these ISP blocks, to bypass these internet blocks from the government, you have to get a VPN. But you actually don't need to get a VPN. If you know how to modify your internet connections DNS settings, you can just bypass the entire thing. So when I asked ChatGPT about it, I was like, I have a computer that is able to bypass internet blocks from my country, and I asked him, do you know how that is possible? And then it says that it couldn't share this information with me because it's against the law or something, right? So when I rephrased the question, he actually answered my question, which is pretty interesting. Well, if you know me personally, you can ask me about it after the stream, or I can tell you offline, but I can't say it online because, well, it's a risk, right? So we better stay politically correct when we are streaming. Well, I want to stay politically correct when I'm streaming. I don't want to make any risks. It's not been easy to build this channel. So back to coding, what I was trying to find out is whether weapon evolution changes consumes the weapon, right? Does it consume? Let's search for consume. Destroy. Does anyone know on the chat, like when you evolve a weapon, does the passive weapon stay? Only the active weapon only the weapon is consumed, right? The passives stay. Passives remain in your inventory, right? Because if we can't find out, then I'll have to go and play the game. Find out, you know. Does it consume the weapon? That's big question. Vampire survivors. Does weapon evolution destroy? Why does Screen Rant have an article about Vampire Survivors weapon evolution? It's a site about films, but then it talks about video games as well. Things that people do for clicks, huh? Death, Spiral, Gold Ring, Silver Ring, blah 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 blah. Oh, Vampire Survivors is on Android. That is surprising. So I actually had a patron ask if I can cover the converting of this game into mobile. Something that we can explore once we get all these systems up. But that will probably be in a couple of months. Won't be that fast when we get to that. How do I get the AI thing here? Sometimes here, sometimes there. In Vampire Survivors, evolution is game mechanic typically changes base weapon into a stronger evolved weapon using a passive item as a catalyst. Two weapons are merged into one, emptying a weapon slot. So it evolves and does it remove the passive as well? The base weapon is removed, the passive remains unaffected. Oh, the passive remains unaffected. Okay, I got my answer then. Passive remains unaffected. So for the evolution, we can do a checkbox that lets us control whether the evolution removes the base weapon, and the catalyst, and whether the does it remove passives as well. So let me just figure out how to code that, because what we have is if you look at the rigid bodies in Unity, right? I'm just gonna temporarily put a rigid body here. There is a constraint. Let me see how the constraint is coded. Because what I want is I want to drop down like this with three checkboxes, and then with multiple checkboxes, and these checkboxes allow me to control whether certain attributes are on or off. So I'm gonna look at rigid body to see how this thing here is coded, because I want to code the same interface into my weapon evolution system. So I'm going to open up code for rigid body. So let me just do rigid body like this. And then I want to look at the definition, and I want to control the constraints. Rigid body interpolation. No, not interpolation, constraints. Go to definition of the constraints. Rigid body constraint. How are the checkboxes to be rigid body constraints? Why the it will flex. Okay. Okay, I got it. Got how to do this. Many thanks to ChatGPT. It makes the impossible possible. we will need another enumeration. This time, this enumeration will be not a condition. This enum will be combination. So over here we will have destroy all, destroy passives, destroy weapon, destroy passive only, destroy weapons only. Maybe we will add other options in the future, but what we have now is just like this. 1, 2, and 4 over here. And then this will be public. Destroy all, destroy passive. Let me destroy passives, destroy weapons. And then if we check both, then it will destroy everything. So combination. Let's just call it consumption. Consumption consumes passives and weapon. And this will be a flag. Flags. This will be a flag. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's go back here. So what we want is for our evolution to consume... No, there's an error over here. Consume nothing, everything, passives. Okay, I guess this works. What if I remove the flags here? If I remove the flags, attribute what would I get? I will get just what? Just give me a moment, I'm just gonna check out the Rigibody object again, see what's going on. So we have Rigibody constraints over here, and then these constraints are not flags, right? No constraints. Use these flags to constrain the motion of Rigibody. Well, the drop down also works actually, right? So let's just use system flag. System flag. Passives, weapons. Can we also remove these? Does it still work? Consumes everything. Passives. Everything. Okay, we have to add the numbers right here. Then we can have more control over. You don't see the drop down, right? That's the pity. Let me just show you my whole screen so you can see how the drop down works. Where is... Sorry, full screen is here. So what we have here is when we do the consume thing, we have nothing, everything, passive, what. So by default it should consume everything, but it leaves the passive, right? So it consumes only the weapons actually. So the default is it consumes the weapons, but you can make it so that it consumes also the passives or like everything else as well. Let's go back to the code. Let's organize our code a little bit. Condition consumes space minimum level. Okay, I think we have everything we need now. So it consumes. Doesn't consume, it just consumes all the weapons, right, by default. This one just consumes all the weapons. And yep, I think we got everything now. So then we have to go back to the code here, and now we've got to work out the rest of the logic for determining when the weapon can evolve. So one thing we missed out is that the weapon, right? When we are scanning for the evolution, we can't just checking on the weapon, whether the weapon itself exists. We also have to check whether the weapon's level is the correct level. So under the can evolve here, we have to check whether the inventory has that particular item. If it doesn't have, then we'll return false. Otherwise, we also have to check the item itself, right? The base level of the item. So check if our own item is above the minimum level. So for the evolution itself, we have to check for the base minimum level. So if the base minimum level is more than 0, so if it's 0, it means that there is no base minimum level, then we can evolve that. So if the base minimum level is above our current, yes, we don't have to check for level 0, right? The base minimum level is above the current level, then we cannot evolve. Cannot evolve if we haven't read the item hasn't reached the level to evolve. We can call this the evolution level. Okay, I think that sounds more intuitive. Yeah, I'll be back in 5 minutes. It started raining over here, so I have to go and keep the clothes I have outside. Just give me a while. So where were we? We were figuring out if we were adding more conditions to our evolution condition, right? So we changed the evolution level, or rather we changed the name of the variable from base minimum level to evolution level. Should we call this evolution level as well? Sorry for being such a stickler about the variable names, but if the variables are named well, then it's gonna be easier for anyone to come in and start using this. So I just want to get the names right. I want the names, when you see the names, they should explain themselves. If I have to tell you, if I have to write extra documentation, make a bunch of videos explaining what each of these variables mean, it's gonna mean that the system is not very well designed, and it's just gonna make it a lot harder for you to figure out how to use this system as well. So that's why I'm a little bit of a stickler about getting the names working and understandable in an intuitive way. So over here we have the Soul Eater. It's gonna evolve at level 8 together with Pomerola that requires level 5. And then the outcome is that you get a Soul Eater that is at level 1. And the Soul Eater doesn't grow, right? So the max level for the Soul Eater is just gonna be 1. Which means no evolution data. Base stats, you set it later, and then there is no linear growth as well, because the Soul Eater doesn't grow. Okay, so where were we? Let's go back to the code and continue coding the logic for evolution. So cannot evolve that. Then reach the level to evolve. Any other conditions? No other conditions, right? So then let's write a new function here called do, and this again takes item data Hi, very welcome for the tutorial. Thanks for the encouraging message. So I'm trying to figure out how to code the weapon. So once we check that the weapon can evolve, try and evolve it, and then when we evolve the weapon, we will also... Sorry, there is a lot of thunderstorm. They're just sweeping through everything. So for the do evolution, we will check with the evolution data, we will check what it consumes and remove the items, which means in the play inventory we will have to create functions to remove weapons as well as items as well. So that's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna create a remove function here, public boolean and what remove is gonna do is it's just gonna remove either a weapon of a particular type or a passive of a particular type. So you can remove a weapon data. What this does is this will look through the weapon slots and remove the weapon. Delete this here. Remove the weapon of type. W dot data equals data, then we get we actually don't have to use a list here. We can actually change this to an array, and this shouldn't give us too much because anyway we're using this like an array. Slot I run slots I data now weapon UI slots false sprite here equals to what I'm doing is I'm just replicating whatever is here, but I'm reversing I'm reversing whatever that's here. And then there is also a weapon on unequipped, which is a function that we have to call to unequip the weapon. So we are nulling the weapon and then we are making sure that we call the unequip function. So that, for example, if we have any auras or anything that's hooked up, Thor is doing the talking for me right now. Okay, so if we have any weapons that are left unequipped, for example, whenever we use the garlic will add an aura. So the garlic also is unequipped. The garlic also has an unequipped function that removes the aura, and we have to call that, otherwise when the garlic evolves, you'll be left with both the garlic aura and the soul eater aura that we're gonna have in our inventory as well. So if we find a weapon to remove, we can just do a return true. Otherwise, we can do a return false. I'm not sure we really need the weapon, or maybe we can just return the weapon itself. That may be not be a bad idea. So weapon. Return the removed weapon. Now, I'm gonna change all of these variables over to arrays because they are cheaper to use, and anyway we don't need them as this. Arrays for them work just fine because our weapon slots don't change, right? Okay, you know what? On second thought, let me just keep whatever that we have here. We'll change these when we do a bigger revamp for the play inventory class. I don't think we need this anymore because we have a new evolution system that's coming up, right? Remove the weapon of a particular type. We also need to remove a passive. So remove passive of a particular type as specified by data. Then this will be passive UI spots. Passive save here, passive spots. Then remove on unequipped. Passive does not contain a definition for on unequipped. Now it does. What effects you receive. Let's move these over to item. I don't know if you can hear the sounds outside. It sounds like the Avengers are fighting some monster outside right now. It's all the thunder and it's pretty loud. It just keeps coming. It's quite hilarious. Give me another 5 minutes, or I'm gonna have to go and check on my my laundry and see whether it's drenched. It is, I'm gonna have to go and keep it. So we have a remove function for active weapons as well as passives. And from here, when we evolve the weapon, we can check. So do evolution to spawn a new weapon character and remove all the weapons that are supposed to be consumed. So evolution data, we'll just check if evolution data consumes if it consumes passives. What is this one? This one. Fine. Consume. let's do this. So consume passive, and we will save it as a boolean. So if this is greater than, oh, if we consume the passive, when consume weapons, this will be consumes weapon. We consume passive, then what we'll do next is we'll look through all the catalysts as well as ourselves. So should we consume the passives? No, you have to do it this way. Look through all the catalysts. Check if we good. Okay. For each evolution data catalyst, for each data evolution fig. See in catalyst. So we look through all the configurations of all the catalysts that we have, and if item type is passive data, passives, see item type, assume passives, then we will remove the inventory dot remove C dot item. Otherwise, if it's weapon data, then we will same thing, remove the item type. So our play inventory doesn't have any function that works on item data, so we have to also create a new function for processing item data, the remove function. So public item to remove item data this will look through all the slots as well, huh? Oh no, we don't do that. Data is data remove. All the Consume cells as well. So if you remove the item, we also have to destroy it, right? How do we destroy that? We remove the weapon. We null it out. So we null out the weapon, and we also have to over here. We can't return the weapon because we want to destroy that, so we need to change the code. Okay, this is true. It's false. Move. We destroy the remove. Same thing here. We change it to boolean. Through here, and this again, it's a boolean, and then we just return this, or we return false. Should we consume ourselves as well? So usually we consume ourselves, right? So then we have to check also under evolution data. C.item. Not C, it's ourselves, so it's data. Item has its own data, right? Item has its own data, and so we have to check if in passive, and we want to consume passive, and we should destroy ourselves as well. So inventory remove, and we want to remove ourselves, which means I'll have to do this as it, and dot data. Else inventory dot remove this as weapon dot data. So if we are holding a weapon, then we will have to remove the weapon. If we're holding a passive, then we will remove it. But before we do that though, we have to first add the new weapon on as well. Look through all the catalysts, check if we should consume them, look through, should consume ourselves as well. I think this should be a void because there's no need for us to say whether the evolution succeeds or not. If we do an evolution, it will automatically succeed because we already have to do a check of can evolve right here. So actually, you know what? We should bake this in until can evolve. And data. If we cannot evolve, then we'll just do a return false. Otherwise, if we get through this test, then we should be able to evolve. So we should so we consume ourselves, remove the items from the inventory, and then we have to add a new item onto the inventory as well, which means add the new weapon onto it. Looks like we're redesigning the inventory system as well, huh? Oh, this is a lot of work, more than I thought. Add. I'm gonna change up the add weapon and the remove weapon functions as well, which means we have to go back and change some other things as well. So let's just do a public full add, and then this will be weapon data. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move this function away. We're just gonna let the player inventory manage all the adding and removal of the items. So add weapon data. Here we will just let the inventory find the latest slot. Finds and save slot. Okay. So I'm gonna move all the spawning of the weapons all the way back over to the play inventory here. So when we add a weapon, we first have to find if there is a slot. Weapons, slots. Capacity is 6. Five. Guns, weapon slots. Capacity. Empty slot. So if we find a slot, we will just click the loop. And if there is slot, empty slot. Otherwise, create the weapon and part. So here we will include the code for spawning the weapon. Let's grab this. Otherwise, create a weapon in the slot. Slot number does not exist. It should be slot num. System. Weapon type here, behavior. Weapon type is not noun. Spawn the weapon. Initialize the weapon with the data. Don't need this anymore. So spawn the weapon. Okay. Assign the weapon slot. So weapon slots, slot number. Then we assign the sprites and everything as well. So slot number, this will be data icon. We can just do data icon like that. We don't need to increase the weapon slot here. Assign the weapon slot. So now we don't need to add weapon function. And then we can close the and level up with the level up UI icon. Close the level up UI. Otherwise, invalid weapon type specified. Add not all code paths, return a value. return slot number. So ideally we shouldn't have duplicate functions like that, but can remove this, and we can remove the spawn weapon as well, right? But let's get to that later. Let's just get the add function for the passive working as well. Finds an empty slot and adds a passive of a certain type. Returns the slot number that the item is put in. So this should be the passive data. And then this will be the passive slots. For the passive, there is a spawn passive item, right? So this just spawns the passive item. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Spawns the passive item. Let's grab this. So the passive has a totally different set of instructions. So let's go back here and create the passive in the slot, get the type of the passive we want to spawn. So database text name passive, get the passive component, initialize the passive, add it to ourselves, set the position to 0, which is what we do here as well. And then inventory, we don't need to do this anymore. Assign the item slot. And return the slot number. Slot number. Slot number. Slot number. This will just be data icon. It ends the level up. Calculate stats. Assign the passive the slot. So we don't need add weapon and add passive anymore. We're gonna get a whole lot of issues with errors, so once we remove these, so we gotta start doing some debugging now. Apply upgrade options. Using this is an interesting error. So previously this works, but now this doesn't work. Let me explain why this is happening. Let me just give me a moment. So this random here causes an error. The reason it causes an error is because both system as well as Unity Engine has a random object. So if you import both the system and Unity Engine objects, what you're gonna need to do is you're gonna need to, let's go back to the random over here. You're gonna need to specify that this is Unity Engine.random. Otherwise you get errors. And what else is there? It's a random error. Weapon evolution. Let's make this obsolete, yes. System. Now we can just remove this actually. Let's just remove this. Evolve weapon, let's just leave it as it is. Now. And let's see what errors it causes, and then let's try and fix these errors one by one. So under player stats now, try to fix the error under player stats. So it's quite a big revamp to the inventory system. So now we gotta hop around and sorry, let's just keep the weapon evolution. Just keep this first. Use the new weapon. And right here, let's just do a return now to make sure that everything works. Evolve weapon. No, you know what? Let's just remove this. Thank you, Sebastian. Appreciate your comment. So we no longer need to use the whole system function, so we can remove spawn passive, and we can also remove spawn weapon. So now then these two functions are obsolete. And let's see what errors this creates. So let's go back here. Then let's go through the errors one by one. Cannot convert from weapon data to Unity game object. Player stats. Line 194. Over here, spawn the starting weapon. So now if you want to spawn the starting weapon, we have to get the inventory. And then let's just do an add. Character data, starting weapon. We gotta remove all the spawn weapon calls. Let's see where else uses spawn weapon. There is a play inventory does not contain a definition for passive item, add passive item. That's line 387. 387 over here. Add weapon. Okay, let's just keep the old functions then. And then we just call it obsolete and let's let it not do anything. System obsolete. This function does nothing. Being cat to maintain parity with code. Okay. So we have versus return. It returns a doesn't return anything, so it's void. Feature weapon slot. Sorry, my bad. Let's remove these two functions as well. So remove this obsolete one and this one obsolete as well. And what other errors are there? Obsolete inventory manager, player stats. Let's just keep this function around because we'll get errors if we remove it. Because we still have the old system hanging around. But these functions should never be used anymore. So I'm just gonna comment out the line that has issues, and I'm gonna just search my entire code base for instances where these functions are used, and I'll replace them with the new functions. And then this should fix the issues that we have. Cannot convert weapon data to game object. This is line. Which line is it? Line 335. Right here. So this is 300. So under play inventory, when the player levels up, users spawn passive at the moment. We don't have to do that anymore. We can just add the item like that. The add function we defined above. So this adds a passive. This levels up the passive. It's fine. And then spawn weapon, we can change this to add. Where else do we have errors? Oh, I think that's all. Okay, let's run this and see if everything still works. Surprisingly, it all still works. Let's cross our fingers and hope for the best. So if everything works, then we can just start doing our weapon evolution code. We're just left with a little bit more, and we'll be done. Okay, let's try garlic. Then we'll try and pick up a couple of passives as well later on. Fire some more projectile. High damage, high area, no pass. Oh, there's wings, right? Everything still works. Fantastic. The passive slots are a little bit off. We have to figure that out. It's probably just a small error I have in my code. We can just hit over here. It's the add function under play inventory, and what we have here is this shouldn't be weapon slots. This should be passive slots. And that's about it. Why is my garlic not showing up? The garlic controller is here. There's no aura that's attached to the garlic controller. That just means I forget all the spawn weapon. Wait. So with every stream we are kind of mapping the older system to a newer system, and that's why we always have to come back and fix these bugs. But it's all for the betterment of the entire engine we have here. Now the garlic works. Okay, so the new weapon system works very well. We've managed to map everything over. So the last thing we want to do is just to get the evolution system working, and to do that, let's go back to play inventory, or rather let's go back to item, and then under item here add a new weapon onto our inventory. Now we can just call the add function, right? So why we overhauled the add function in the other class is because we wanted to have a system where we didn't need to manually calculate the slot that we had to put the weapon in. The inventory should handle that for us. So we just want to specify what item we want to add, and then the inventory should handle finding an empty slot for us. Okay, it's just like if you go to a restaurant, you shouldn't be, well, if it's a high class restaurant, you shouldn't be looking for a seat yourself, right? They will assign you a seat. It's the same thing over here, yeah. So your function, your inventory's job is to find you an empty slot, and if there is no empty slot, then you won't be able to get item. So consume, so add new weapon to your inventory, just be inventory.add, and then this will be the final evolution, right? So this will be item data, sorry, evolution data dot outcome dot, what is the attribute that we want? Item type. Cannot convert item. So with the add function again, we will have to have a public integer add, and then let's add a generic item data. And then this is to, when you don't know what item is being added, we will just do a check if data is weapon data, then we will just call add data as weapon data. Else, if data is passive data, add data as passive data. Return, we should do a return here. Do a return here, and then this will return. if we don't know what item then we'll determine So now we have do evolution working. So whenever we equip an item, do we want to... What effects you receive on equipping an item? What effects are removed on equipping an weapon? So whenever an item levels up, we want to check whether the item can evolve, right? So that means that whenever the item levels up, we will just do a for each here. Tries to evolve in every listed. So for each item data evolution data, we shouldn't say do evolution, right? This sounds more like attempt evolution. So whenever an item levels up and make it evolve. But we don't want to just make it evolve, we also want to check from both sides as well. This is a little bit tricky. So whenever an item levels up, attempts to make it evolve. So we have to check through every listed evolution. We also have to check through tries to evolve into so after we attempt the evolution, we also have to check evolution use for each item data evolution in E dot. So we want to check for the evolution data on all the catalysts as well. What are the catalysts? Catalyst evolution configuration. For each configuration inside catalyst, we want to check the evolution data as well. try and make the items on the other side of. So why I'm doing this is because whenever the item levels up, right? What's gonna happen is that if we want the item to evolve, we're gonna have to check it from both sides. We have to check it from the garlic side as well as the palm roller side, because it's possible for you to reach the condition either by leveling up the garlic to max level first, or the palm roller to the max level first. So if I were to max out, say, the palm roller first, then I max out the garlic, right? Because the palm roller, if I would max out the garlic first and then max out the palm roller, the do level up function is going to happen from the palm roller, and then it may miss the detection because the data for evolution is inside the garlic itself. So we are going to have to specify, do we have to specify this from both sides? Actually, we don't have to, we can just include the data inside palm roller as well. I think that makes more sense. So we try to evolve into every listed evolution of this weapon. This gives us a little bit more control, and then it saves me some work with the coding as well. So let's go back to Unity. I'm going to add the evolution data to palm roller as well. So the palm roller is going to also be able to evolve into the soul eater, right? Let me just copy the soul eater from garlic. Okay, let's copy this value and we move it into the palm roller itself. And then this will be soul eater, condition is auto, consumes weapons, doesn't consume passives. Evolution level here is 5. The catalyst will not be palm roller, the catalyst will be the garlic. And then level 8. The outcome will be soul eater. So when the soul eater is spawned, the soul eater will have an aura itself as well. And we consume the weapon, right? So let's have a look at how this works. On the prefabs, weapons, auras. So we have the soul eater aura. Which means that my soul eater weapon, we are going to have to set the stats for it. Soul eater, the base stats will be pretty high, right? The name will be soul eater. Soul eater. What's the damage that it does? It does 20 plus 5. Capping it. Area is 3. So okay, let me set the stats for the soul eater. Damage is, let's just make it 25, yeah. So I'm not sure what the damage is. Aura prefab is not garlic. Aura prefab is something else. It's the soul eater prefab, right? Weapons, auras. Aura prefab. Hit effect, you can just leave it empty for now. Damage. Cooldown is 1 second. There's no speed because it's not a projectile. And area is 3, and that's about it. So there's no linear growth, no random growth. The Soul Eater aura grows as well, but we will have to code the functionality later on. Let's just get it so that right now it works. The weapon evolution works. So to test this out, I am going to just double check my aura script first and make sure that everything is in place. Weapon effects, aura. Okay, wrong script. I want to check the aura weapon script. To make sure that on unequip, we remove the aura prefab. Destroys current aura. Okay, so this works. Let me just double check that on unequip calls. When we remove the weapon, it calls on unequip. That's very important. On unequip, where is on unequip? On unequip as well. Okay, let's test this out. Let's go back to Unity, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna jump into the game. And from here, I'm gonna remove the available weapons for the player. Okay, we're gonna move this somewhere else in the future. But let's just leave the available weapons as fire 1 and knife. We will add it back later, and then we will remove wings over here so that we can test out the weapon evolution functionality. So now when we start playing the game, let's see if the weapon evolution mechanic works. Gonna start with garlic, and then we will just start wrecking enemies. So we have Pomerola. Garlic. Let me just get the bats to give us more experience points, and then we can get to the end faster. So the blue gem, let's get it to give us 120 points. So that way every monster we kill will give us a level up on the earlier levels. Base level area up by 40%. Pomerola. So now we level a lot faster. Base damage up by 1. Let's just see if the weapon is growing. It's under aura, right? The stats. Stats are increasing well. Okay, it's increasing. Let's kill everything. Level 5. Level 6. Oh dear, we've missed the gem. Level 7. Level 8. So now we gotta get the Pomerola all the way. I hope we have enough enemies for that. Level 3 for the Pomerola now. So we just need a couple more enemies. Level 4. One last level and then we can evolve our weapon. Level 5. Looks like nothing happened. Why is there nothing happening? The Pomerola passive. Okay, let's do another test. I'm gonna get this to work today. Attempt evolution. It can evolve is false. I think this equation is wrong, right? If evolution level is more than, or if current level is, this should be current level is less. Current level is less, then evolution is false. Anything. Evolution, okay. Just a quick test. See whether the attempt evolution function works. So I'm just gonna cheat a little bit and I am gonna get my garlic to be level, just gonna hack it to be level 7. So that the next time I level up it will be level 8. And then let me just get a Pomerola as well. Pomerola, and I'm just gonna set the Pomerola to level 5 as well. And the recovery doesn't really matter what the value I set it to anyway. Oh, this should be level 4, right? So that when I level up to level 5, then I get the evolution. Because if I set it level 5 like that, it won't evolve. Okay, let's look at the log here and see whether the evolution registers. So when it's leveled up, it doesn't, no message is shown, which means that attempt evolution was not called. So we forgot to call do level up, I think. So let's head over to the passive under do level up here. This should be, we forgot to update the code here. This should be override. And then it should call do level up from parent class. Same thing over here. Do level up. And then this should be override. What else do we have to override? Anything else we gotta override? Okay, I think there's nothing else we gotta override. Let's try this again. Let's set the garlic to level 7. Just gonna hack the garlic to make it extra powerful. Level 7, the aura is gonna be dealing is cooldown of 1, damage should be 18, something ridiculous. So when I level garlic to level 8, evolution fails here because not ready yet. Yeah? Soil evolution is failing. Let's get a copy of Pomerola. My aura damage is wrong. Damage is 6. Damage here shouldn't it be larger? Level 2. Level 3. Level 4. Level 5. So evolution fails again, even though both this is level 8, this is level 5, right? Why does the evolution still fail? If all the catalysts are in the inventory. Let's print message here. Let's just leave this there. Let's do a debug. 1. Cannot evolve if it hasn't reached current level of evolve. Backlog warning. Evolution. Okay. Missing. String format. So my priority now is just to get the evolution working, and then we can focus on, let's assign an icon to the let's assign an icon to the weapon as well. Soul Eater. The icon right now is Garlic Aura, right? Let's just find a nice cool little icon for it. This black thing looks pretty cool. Okay, let's try getting the garlic to evolve, and let's look at the messages and see what's wrong. I am just going to get this to level 7 and mess around with damage here. Do 18 for the damage. So I've just leveled the garlic to level 8, and then we just need to get the Pomerola to level 5. Let's just get it to level 4 and then quick level up. Level 5. No message plays, which means that the code doesn't even get here now. Fails here. Cannot evolve if the item hasn't reached the current level to evolve. But the evolution level is 5, no? Passive, Pomerola, evolution level is 5. Max level is 5. Evolution failed. Current level. Current level. Let's get the Pomerola as well. And then let's get the Pomerola to be level 5. Which means that when we level the garlic, the evolution should happen now. Evolution failed. Current level 7. Evolution levels. Now I see where the issue is. We're checking the level too early. Before the level up, right? We're checking the level, so can evolve. So when we do level up, we attempt the evolution. But we are checking the wrong Okay, I think it should work now. I'm pretty confident that it's gonna work now. Can evolve. This passes in and all that. Okay, one last test. Let's get the Soul Eater to work, shall we? Before we wrap for the day. Let's get Palmarola up. I wonder if I can maximize the game on play. And then I'm just gonna set this to level 7 and then this to level 4. So let's get Palmarola to level 5. Oh, now it works. Which is weird. Okay, there are some issues with the leveling system now. So that's because firstly our aura right here, the collider should be a trigger. That's why. And secondly, it levels up prematurely, right? That you gotta look into why that's the case. Let me just get the garlic to level 7. Level 7. So that goes up to now. There's now reference exception. What is the issue here? So there are a couple of bugs that we have. Let me just let's just get back to this. Okay, I just want to record and showcase the evolution system, however buggy it may be at the moment. Let me just get this garlic over here to level 8. And then the Palmarola, I'm gonna just leave it at level 4. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna showcase the evolution later so that I can grab a GIF of this and make a post about this as well. 5. So the garlic aura, when it's in its full glory, it's deals quite a bit of damage. So when we level up, this becomes Soul Eater. And so I'm gonna fix all the issues with the weapon evolution system in the next week, and then we can start. Well, there are quite a few bugs that we have to iron out. So I'm gonna have to think about after we finish the weapon evolution, after we fix all the bugs, what are the bugs do we have to fix before we start planning to release part 15. So it's coming. It's gonna release before the end of the year. It's a lot of stuff for us to cover because again we're trying to make everything more robust, right? And this takes a lot of planning. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of thinking as well. And then after we get the system to work, we also have to think about how do we compress everything into a video and explain to everyone what's going on. So those of you who have come in, thank you for your support. So I'll see you back here again next week, and then we will get the weapon evolution system working. Right now it's working, but it's a little bit buggy. So once we get that working, then we can start converting that into part 15. So that's all for my stream today. Thank you for dropping in and showing your words of support, and just watching the stream itself is a way of supporting us. So that is really appreciated as well.